Привет, hello, welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be continuing Heretic. Flame is here. Let's see, anything happen?
Hello.
Let's see, nope, just, okay, nothing yet. Alright. Get rid of that, and I believe... Old game? Yes, episode 4, map 5, so we're like a little halfway over episode 4. And let's see. It looks like a round room. Yep. So one of these must open up or something. Get a switch. I'm gonna go weapon. Already off to a great start. I don't know how to get out of here. I'm trapped. I need to check on something here. Okay. And... open that up. Oh, okay, that's good. All right. Oh, there we go. Ah, I see. Alright, forgot. I guess make a poll for game night tonight. Fuck, I just got it real quick. Completely forgot. Oh well, let's see, polls. And... you create a poll. Oops, right. And allow it for 4 hours. This game, right? Right. Alright. Got that done. So, this week I decided to pick between Gartic Phone and Doom plus Corruption cards, which... yeah. What I might have to do when I go to play Hexen 2, I might have to just go on my old laptop and boot everything on that, because I don't know. Because ridiculous, I can't uninstall McAfee.
So weird.
Yeah, it gets stuck on 10%. And like, I've tried 3 different ways. I've tried going in from the settings and uninstalling programs that way. I tried. They say, oh, download a. Welcome in, Yakman. Long time no see there, buddy.
Hey, Yakman.
How you doing? But yeah, they say, oh, well, try downloading McAfee MCPR, whatever it is. And okay, well, I did that. Nothing. And then ESET, the security that I actually do use, ESET, so far I recommend them. I've had no problems. They have a program that allows you to uninstall unwanted antivirus stuff. And even it gets stuck on 10%. Or that did something, what? Your face is hexing too? Your mom. Oh, hi, you little imp. Gargoyle. Wait, are you guys? Oh no, you're invisible. Going invisible for a second there, bud. There must be a witch somewhere. How are you doing, Yakman? Greetings to you both. Goddamn weird dragons. Is that what they are? Forgot what they're called. Oh god, I'm fucking fire. Oh boy, do I have any wings of wrath? Okay, nope, I am stuck down here unless I use the flying command or reset. So, no man command fly. Oh, fuck. Load, okay. Let's restart. You're tired AF. That's how you are, Lamafol. Youths, indeed. Oh, where'd the car come back? Oh dear. Yakman, what are you gonna do with that fish? Oh, no, Yakman, don't you dare touch that fish. Leave the fish alone. Yappa. Yeah, Yakman, leave the fish alone. do I have? I do. Right, now I'll rain a hellfire down on the enemies. Yo, how about evolve? No. It's at losing crowded areas. Oh dear God. Ooh, another book. Okay, be careful not to fall down there. Well, I'm lost already. Little red bastards, yeah. Let's save there. Yeah. Okay. Hey, Yakmans, if you could train any Pokemon to cause a little chaos in a crowded area, which one would you choose and why? How dare this AI address me? Well, I mean, ridiculous. If you want to answer it, just add it to at my AI bot and give it an answer. Oh, I've never been more offended. Oh. Is that so, buddy?
I know.
that? Or green key? How do I get it now? But clearly, Gyarados. Gnarly choice. Gyarados is totally beast. It's a total beast. What's your strategy for it? Dear God. I'll never tell you my plans. Never! Okay, before we go down there, anything over this way? Oh, perfect. There we go. Green key. That's what they all say, but I'm down to hear them if you change your mind, cowbug. God. Revolting. I forget what these guys are called. One with a axe or blade or tails. Oh, that's a Molitar. Oh, what did I just use? No idea. There we go. Saber claws, those rogue dudes are called disciples of Desperil. Yeah. Alright, thank you. I can never remember the enemy names of Heretic, except for like Gargoyle, Golem. That was about it. Halls of Apostate. You'll allow it? I'm gonna change you up in here. Oh gee, thank you for allowing it. I'm so glad I have your permission. Don't I feel blessed? You're both welcome. I'm happy to hear you shit. Wow! Yeah. Wow! Okay, buddy. Oh, thank you for the boost there, Iron Lich. Oh. No, it's not a bot, it's looking for strategies. Mm-hmm. I'm not crazy, everyone else is. Keep telling yourselves that. Keep telling yourself that. Okay. I think Iron Lich is here, supposed to be a reskin of the Cackle Demon. Gargoyles, I'm guessing, are imps. But yeah, again, they fly, so maybe not. But they fly, scratch, and shoot fireballs, so I'm thinking they might be imps. Alright, got the green key. You're gonna go crash, friend. It's good seeing you. It's like 20 Fahrenheit outside. Hey, what the hell? What do you mean it's 20 degrees out? 20 F. You mean 20 C? You mean Celsius? I didn't realize New Zealand got so cold. I mean, yeah, cold. Jesus. 20 Fahrenheit. It's winter here. No, you made an effort for you. And my computer froze. There we go.
Oh shit, that ain't good.
Let me make sure everything's working there. Okay, yep, that works. Okay. Yakman, go to bed. Just go to bed. Be a good boy and go to bed. Come on, go. Let's see. But I will play on the SNES. No. Play SNES later.
Although I don't blame him for wanting to play an awesome console.
Yeah. This time. What do you mean this time? Oh.
I bet you ate gum. What?
I'm gonna told to get over there. Sure. Alright, I'm gonna look at the guide here. What map is this? Map 4-6. Ahead, got the green. Oh, yeah. Ah. Found it. lot of these gargoyles. Alright, health staff acquired. That scroll. There you get the blue key. Oh good, it goes back down. I wonder where the others are today.
I wondered that myself.
Normally Orpheus isn't here with us by now. Hope everything's alright. Oh, wait, I might have an idea. Or could just say it is near the anniversary of their dad's death, so maybe that's why they're not here.
Yeah. That would make sense.
Rampart of Perdition. Okay. Okay, 4 and 7. Oh, I don't think I wanted to fall down here, but at least look around. Oh, could have teletracked him, but didn't. didn't really want to flow down here, but okay. Go down this way. I guess this goes this way. Ah, I see. Okay, gotta find a way back up. Alright, this might take a few tries. Yeah. Ah, I see. I want to go over there. I mean, it's for the health staff. You look like you're just... There we go. Oh, I think it's just to make an easy way back. Oh. And just to get the health staff, that's all that was for. Alright, so behind this way is the yellow key. Alright, yellow key acquired. Alright. You know, Hanako's been... haven't heard from her either for a few days, really.
Who?
Hanako.
Hmm.
She hasn't been showing up in voice chat either for about a week. A little over a week, I think. Where is the... I'm... Okay. Oh. If I need a green key, it looks like, to get over the blue. There we go. Progress. You ever watch South Park? Blame.
Yeah.
You ever watch South Park?
Yeah, I've watched some episodes of it, but I haven't, like, dedicated time to it.
Fair. I decided, well, I know I've seen every single episode, even the banned ones. And I decided I needed to go back and restart the series. Started from season 1, episode 1. I think I'm like halfway through season 1.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What made you want to go back and take a look at them?
I don't know, nostalgia. I liked the show growing up. Kind of wish they would go back to the old format. not necessarily the style of animation. I mean, that would be kind of cool, but just the type of humor they used, the jokes they would make.
They were a lot more edgy back then.
Yeah. Well, like that,
They
it's
were a
also,
hell of a lot more able to take risk and shit.
yeah. It's not only that, like the themes of like what they have now versus what they originally did. It was more fantasy-like and more. So, like in the first episode, there's a scene where one of the characters kicks his brother through a bus window, goes flying through, and he lands on the other side, but he's completely okay. Like, there's nothing wrong. If I have a feeling if they were to do that nowadays, the kid would be all bloody and torn up, had glass shards in him. There's just I don't know, something about it. It's just more funnier, I think. Let's see. Or like more made creature. It's become more realistic nowadays to an extent.
Oh yeah.
Let me see, get the Phoenix Rod. I mean, there's still some imaginative, made-up shit, like, well, of course, it was years ago now, they had a trilogy with Cthulhu. They literally had, you know, an episode, or a few episodes that featured Cthulhu as a character. But I don't know, I guess I just miss the old show.
I'm sure quite a lot of people miss the old show the way that it used to be.
I heard her laughing. There's a certain charm, I guess, something about the old version that it's yeah, I hear her laughing. We're supposed to be desperate laughing. Now, the latest episode that they did have a it was dark and had a a vibe whatever of zero fucks given. I can't remember the name of the character, but they were making fun of like ice and I guess some leader of ice or something had it was some woman and her character.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing, I don't know what she did IRL, real life, but in the episode they had her shooting puppies. And it was really extreme for what they do on South Park nowadays. Like, to a point where I'm like, holy shit, they're allowing this on TV. I mean, oh, Iron Rich, delicious, nice. Alright, air break in 1 minute. Coolio. Okay. Okay, let's see, Q. Alright, rain, fire. Oh wow! Got a couple achievements there. Probably look through what achievements there are. I haven't really looked at them. Alright, it's E4 M8 Shattered Bridge. Right. Speaker weapon for now. In enemies are infighting. I did nothing and they're already fighting each other.
Well, that's cool.
Like, all I did pretty much was exist. And that caused them to hate each other. Like, okay. What's cool?
The fact that the infighting logic is still a thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is a Doom engine. Or, yeah.
Hmm.
Or was a Doom engine. I don't know about this version of the game. Because it's remastered, so...
It has since upgraded. I think it's probably using Night Dive's Hex engine, which does allow it to metamorphosize because of the way that they built it, where it will take the main game engine that it's built on and basically make it easier to do modding and stuff like that. So if the game is running on Kex engine, it's probably still going to run on the modified Doom engine that Heretic was originally built on. It's
Yeah,
just going to have
yeah.
some additional little bits from the Kex engine that might add some quirks. I'm imagining they also did the same for when you get to Hexen, which I think was on the Quake engine.
Apparently Hexen 2 is Quake. Hexen 1 is Doom.
Is it?
That's what I was told the other day. I think Wolf said that. That's what I was thinking. I thought a Hexen was Quake engine. I swear.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it still uses id Tech 1. So it still uses the Doom engine, just uses a modified version of it.
Oh, that's okay. Alright, that's probably why I thought it looked different. Okay, and the guy just shot forward at me when it died. Alright, that makes sense.
Okay, that would actually be kind of cool. I wouldn't mind seeing something like that for Heretic and Hexen, but I don't know how well people would take it if that was done.
If what was done.
So you know how Doom got its complete revamp from like 2016 to where it is today?
Yeah.
What if Heretic got its own version of that?
I would love it. Honestly, so I mentioned this before, a couple times now. When I started, let me get ahead of myself. So, a few months ago, when I was playing Doom: The Dark Ages, I mentioned a comment. I made a comment on how the environment reminded me of Hexen or Heretic, one of the two. And I thought, like, how cool would it be to have a modern version of Heretic and Hexen? Well, we still have yet to do that, get that, but we have the remasters now. So maybe, just maybe, they'll make a modern Heretic and Hexen game. Redo it, and all that. And like, I would not be opposed. Heretic, Hexen, Blood, especially Blood. Of course, only do Blood if they can get the same type of humor they did back in the old game. Caleb has to be... Oh, sorry.
The only easy way to get that would be to get the original voice actor for Caleb.
Fair. But like, not only that, like Caleb, he has to have his smart, whatever, cocky, dark humor, making comments on references to old B movies and that.
That was his name, Stephen Wade.
Of course, his name is Steven. God damn it.
again.
Yes, you gotta have reference to that Dawn of the Dead and all that shit.
Rest in pieces. Dude's getting on a bit though. He was born in 41.
Shit. Well,
Give me a bag, Mom.
and they better hurry up and make a 3D remake then. Reboot. Or else it will have to make get a new guy
Yeah, a
to
little
voice
bit, a
him.
little bit.
Again, I don't know how well Blood would take
Yeah,
it.
because he was born in 15th of September 1941. So he's probably now in his 80s, 90s.
Probably.
And honestly, at the rate that voice actors are going, when they get to that point, it's getting a little scary, man. It's getting a little bit cloth touching.
Yeah.
I still find it kind of crazy that he is still in video games. Like, you will still hear him in a whole bunch of different games. Like, if you've played Dusk, he is
Yes.
Nylathotep or something like that.
Oh. I gotta replay so I have Dusk, but I don't think I've ever completed it. I have maybe a couple episodes left or something. Need to get back into playing that at some point.
What else? He was in Metroid Other M as the Colonel. The Death Wish, whatever the video game that is, that might have been DLC, but he is Caleb. So I think that might be a DLC for Blood 2, I want to say. Oh, it's an expansion for Blood, so...
I might have played. I'm sure I played that.
Ultra Kill as Minos Prime. He is the merchant in Gloomwood. Like, I'm gonna be honest, this guy's voice is just like, he's kind of well known at this point for quite a lot of stuff. It's like he was even used as a narrator for Fire Emblem. And apparently Mario Party 8's MC Ballyhoo.
Still some enemies left over. Iron Liches. Okay, so it's Q. Alright, also episode 4 is completed.
Nice.
You thought you would return to your own world after Desperil died, but its final act banished you to his own plane. Here you enter the shattered remnants of lands conquered by Desperil. You defeated the last guardians of these lands, but now you stand before the gates of Desperil's stronghold. Until this moment, you had no doubts about your ability to face anything you might encounter. But beyond this portal lies the very heart of the evil which invades your world. Desperil might be dead, but the pit where he was spawned remains. Now you must enter the pit in the hopes of finding a way out, and somewhere in the darkest corners of Desperil's maze, his personal bodyguard await your arrival. Press fire to continue. Alright. Right, on to the final episode. For now. Okay. I kind of remember this. The textures are different.
Oh yeah.
This is set up, but the placement of the enemies is familiar. I do wonder why a heretic became a hexen. Like, why did they change it up? I wonder.
My guess is copyright issues. Because that seems to be the biggest thing that makes everyone fallible.
I mean, well, maybe, but like the heretic, that's not a copyrightable word, is it? I mean, you can't really. Like, what else is known as heretic?
Oh, you would hope that wouldn't be the case, but who knows? I think it was in a similar vein to like why no one could use like when referring to Baldur's Gate, they couldn't use Ultima, I think, as part of the name. So it's like you couldn't use Ultima, so you had to sell with Baldur's Gate kind of thing, and it just being called that instead of Ultima Baldur's Gate.
Maybe. can't get the blue key yet. Oh no, it's dark. We're both fired in. Great.
I don't know.
How do I get up there? I wonder. Yeah, I didn't do anything. Maybe I need a green key first. Oh, okay. All right, green key acquired. Alright, spectre enemies aren't hurt by that. Nope, that's nothing. I don't have Wings of Wrath. I can't use that, even if I did. But, yeah, there's no way getting out of that.
Everybody.
Look at a map. Guide. Alright. I'll be right back.
I haven't seen Big D play Day of the Dinosaur, so it can't be him. No, I like Big D. Big D is cool. Don't tell him I said that. Don't clip this and tell him I said nice things about him.
People get mad when like indies just like I make a Mega Man stuff, but like it was funny back in the day. It would be like I made well, Nasir Gabali, you beat me again.
Filters. You're in the lab, so yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah. No.
What's happening?
Crap! Oh crap! That was close. I'm a vampire. I don't know how this works other than I don't want to go in the sun. Oh crap!
Whoa, what do we got here? Oh my god! Hesmus! What are the products you use to get your eyebrows to form into a hat?
You meant November 17th? No problem. What? Bobby! Did you see? She grabbed it. Wait. She grabbed it. She grabbed it in her mouth and ran away. Wait. Look at that face of guilt. Do you see the face of guilt?
Nice shot.
Oh, come on. Very well done.
Whoa, oops. Oh, God. Okay, you can stop bonging. I'm aware that I've crashed. Well, we're gonna have to get a tow.
Watch out, Windows. Here I come. There we go. Hell yeah. So,
all right. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you. Use the restroom and make some lunch here. I'll eat it later. Let me see, get back.
Oh,
What
nice.
you having for lunch? Oh, forgot. Look at the guide.
Mm.
You having lunch yet, Flame? Or already ate? What's up with you?
Not yet. Soon
Okay.
though.
All right. I know you normally eat around this time. Alright, so it grabs the key. Okay, that raises everything. That lowers that down and reveals the disciples. Or do you do? Okay, kill the disciples. And he just goes from wall to wall. Looks like he's interacting. Okay. Alright. I think I see what's going on. Oh, let me go to options, display, extra lighting, turn that off. There we go. It's a hidden wall. No, I gotta find out how the hell did I get to the side there. Okay. Yep. Things a raz, perhaps? On Earth. I mean, there's still enemies down out here. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the beginning then, and need go on to Right, looks like I have to watch the whole video here because I have no idea how to get the bridge to go up. Skip ahead some. There's no way he has the wings of the wrath yet. I'm thinking that might be what I have to, what I will have to do if I can't figure this out. Back a bit. I can't hear you. What? No? Oh. Back on that. Let's see. Yep. Okay. Still. Okay. Doesn't gotten the wings of wrath yet. Okay. More. Jeez. So confusing. Okay. Did not think of to check this. Right. Right, perfect. Oh, there's a ring of wrath right there at the end. Why can I not leave? Plus, now I gotta go back. Down. Oh. I did see some teleports. So you gotta drink any more of that gritty stuff?
Nah, I'm enjoying some iced coffee.
Oh, nice. That bottle.
It really
Coffee.
is, actually.
Huh. That bottle of coffee I had the other day, supposedly from Starbucks. Well, they're probably not from Starbucks, it's a Starbucks brand, but yeah, anyways, buy in the store. That was pretty good as well. Surprised. Let's see, not much I missed, but welcome in, Sandy. How fare thee? Oh, nice, I telefragged that one. I think you'll be getting the Java Monster coffees. Damn with the good those. Nice. Oh man, we so pissed. This was like a dead end. Bless you. For lunch, I just have a couple of hot dogs made from turkey and a slice of cake. There's a box of cake under the counter, and I'm like, I'm taking that. Did you eat up all the candy I sent you?
Yeah, I've managed to finish it now.
Mm. Besides the Hershey bar that you didn't like, how was it all the candy?
The rest of it was really, really good. It was one normal bar of Hershey's that's like the OG chocolate bar that seems to, for whatever reason, just smell and taste like puke. It's like, that's the only thing that ruined it, but other than that, it's like the rest of it was pretty good.
Nice.
But yeah, other than that, it was like the rest of it wasn't too bad. And as I recalled, because of the fact that there isn't nearly as much cocoa butter and whatever in the white chocolate one, which was the cookies and cream one, I was like, okay, well, I remember liking this from like the English imports of the stuff where they swap some ingredients around. So I was like, it's probably going to be very similar in that regard, luckily. And yeah, I got very lucky on that front. Because that one was actually pleasant. Like that one was far more bearable.
Alright. Hey, you're gonna send me a clip from the last stream. Yeah, I'll tell you we'll play a game. Oh, alright, no problem. Sure. Did you want me to play it on stream here, Sandy? If you didn't mind the way, alright. One moment. I'll have to go to the options, sound, master volume. Found something.
Went to my email.
Alright.
Get fucked! Get fucked, nerd! You ain't got shit on me.
Damn.
I am the best at taking motherfuckers out, that's plain to see. I ain't even got a heavy car, but I still push you around. And if not, then I'll do one of these traffic check takedowns.
Fine, I won't laugh, I won't talk, I will be quiet. I won't, yeah, I'll just shut up then. Fine.
Oh, great. What have they done now? No, your audio is being a little funky on. Let me guess, whinging that you're too loud. Oh, fuck off. All because something tickled you pink. Great. And you're not allowed to enjoy yourself. Yeah, she can get up. Wonderful. I swear to God that every goddamn stream she is just continuously being a pain in the ass, ruining it for you. You're not allowed to enjoy yourself at all, for whatever reason. In your own job, in your own thing. And you are just unable to do so because she's being a pathetic bitch. Right? No, I'm not happy with that myself. Never mind anybody else. Like, all because that pathetic, spineless cow of a roommate is the reason why this poor motherfucker can't enjoy herself in any of her streams. All because of that stupid, ridiculous, spastic cow. Yes, I'm being deliberately harsh with my wording, because, yeah, she deserves pretty much every vitriolic thing you can think of. And that's why we can't seem to enjoy streams. Like, I'm sorry, no. If anyone is actually going to be, like, doing that sort of thing, I want them to enjoy themselves as they're doing it. I'm not wanting them to watch themselves get destroyed to pieces because someone dislikes the fact that they do one thing. Like, no. Get lost, you're not welcome. Right, this is your livelihood, this is your work, this is something you want to do, this is something you enjoy. Yeah, exactly that, Sandy. It's the same exact person who seems to, for whatever reason, have it out for Thanatos. And then when she wants to go and do her own thing, when she wants to go do whatever, it's, no, you can't do that. That costs money. That does this, that, and the other. You can't do whatever. and yet she'll quite happily piss it up the fucking wall just as badly. Where it's like, oh no, I gotta get my hair done, kind of thing. It's like, cool, so could so many other people. But that shit costs money, and I don't know about you, female hairdressers, like, holy shit, you guys get scalped something chronic for that kind of level. Whereas if you go to like a male barber's kind of thing, like it's far cheaper, but you don't get treated nearly as you don't get treated like a goddamn queen sort of thing. Right, for USD, what can we do with that? Well, we can get food. We could buy a lot of food with that, actually. You could buy a fair bit, especially if you go cheap. Like, let's see, bag of rice, like, get a large amount of rice very cheaply. You could eat for ages, kind of thing, just on that. You might want to start filling it out with something else, and maybe you'll buy in the frozen section bags of frozen peas, or something like that. Peas, beans. If you really need meat in some form or another, go look at mince meat. They do turkey meat nowadays. If you're not into beef, which I know Thanatos still has a deathly fear of it, so in that case, don't go for beef mince. But you could go for things like pork mince, turkey mince, so many different mints, and it's like $30. You'll be able to easily get that kind of thing, like that. And especially if you go cheap as well, like you can really savor that stuff to the point where it's ridiculous. Like, hold on one sec, like hold on, because there was a dish that someone made, and it was because of the fact that the whole point of it was the blandest thing you could eat, but it would sustain you. It wasn't too bad, and you could just crack on with everyday life. And it was kidney beans, mincemeat of some description, rice, frozen peas, and then I think it was like hot sauce if you were feeling rich. Because you gotta remember this, the guy that I'm quoting from this basically was homeless in the lands of Luton. So they were homeless and they needed to make do and find a way to stretch the pound far more harder than anyone else. So whatever's the worst part of the world at the time, I think it would be at this point San Francisco, where you need to kind of learn to stretch the dollar as wide as it will go. In that regard, it's like, okay, treat it like that. You get that, you got plenty of protein per 100 grams of kidney beans. Surprisingly enough, you can actually measure out a shitload of beans, and that will give you a close approximation to if you would have a steak in protein. That will give you a lot to just work with, like nice and cheap. You could make that like 3-4 times a day. Like, you will get creative. Like, homelessness breeds creativity because the necessity to eat becomes a desperation. And when it becomes the point where the only thing you can have is bland or whatever, or if you know any friends who are particularly wealthy at the time that can even get you a 6-piece bargain bucket from KFC or something like that, or whatever your variant of that would be. Like, cheap protein and carbs in that regard will keep you going for ages. And it's the reason why, for example, when you get like legumes and then you get friggin' grain, like in Ezekiel 4:9, I believe, in the Bible, I don't exactly know which part of the Bible, I think that's from like the King James, but there's a lot more there. It literally has a recipe for making bread using the grain of wheat, barley, lentils, some form of beans of some description ground into a flour. All of that, you can put that together with some water, if you were lucky and you had the kind of money that you'd be able to get it to be slightly sweeter and give it some yeast, you'd be able to get some honey for that, and that can stave off hunger for weeks on end. Just baking yourself what is basically sea biscuits out of that. And as Thanatos probably is quite aware, with the whole just using flour and water to make sea biscuits, or hardtack as it would be referred to, that can store for God knows how long. Like, there's still, I believe, American Civil War hardtack that you can find. Like, there's still some of that stuff around that is still edible. It's hard as a rock, you need to soak it, but it's edible. And that will get you somewhere. So, like, as long as you stay cheap, you'll be able to crack on, but no, apparently not. And it's like, it's rich coming from the person who spends a fuck ton of money, I know, but even then, it's like, you need to know these sorts of things, and when limitation breeds necessity, you get very creative. Like, look at the people who are making games still on the NES or on the Game Boy. People are taking the creative limitations of those hardware and are still making games. They're still making content. They're still making shit that is amazing. Right, well, in that case, that's out of laziness, and if she still is not willing to make any of the stuff kind of thing in that regard, not only is that laziness, that's arrogance as well, because she'll be like, I've got somebody else who could make that shit for me. It's like, no. You will not be able to fend for yourself if you can't even do that. Like, get out of my sight, sort of thing with that. Like, I know how to make bread. I know how to make fucking pizzas. I can make food. I can sustain myself. I'd be able to manage decently fine on my own without needing to go the takeaway every other day or something like that. Like, especially when I got pennies to rub together kind of thing. Like, I could probably do it. But obviously, a lot of people are not resourceful anymore, or for whatever reason they just never were, and didn't understand that they needed to learn these sorts of things. And it's the same way about getting rich as well, like trying to get money or make money in order to make whatever. It's so hard these days to get to that point in time where you can make shitloads of money. Streaming's tough. Like, streaming and content creation requires a lot of dedication, a lot of time. E-commerce requires a lot of networking. It requires you to be able to speak to people and tell them, yo, this is what I'm selling, please buy it, kind of thing. Obviously, when we start getting our merch store up and running and I'm actually able to get that shit working, I am going to need to do a lot of that. And we're getting close. We're getting close to at least some of it. I'm actually kind of just rushing through it at the moment, rather than taking my time with it, because I really need to get money myself. So being able to do it for the entire group and making sure that it's right there when it's needed, how it's needed, so on and so forth, like, it is something important to me that I am able to get that sort of thing. Yeah, you just passed 200 followers. I'm at like 300 something kind of thing, I believe. I believe I'm at 300. No, I'm at 233. It took me 5 years before I could even look at my first payday as an affiliate. It took me 5 years. Now, okay, I was not very active. I was off and on. I still am not very active, I must admit. But there's a lot of shit where you need to get creative, you need to do things, and whether that comes in the format of maybe you need to do more freelance, maybe you need to learn some copywriting, maybe you need to learn e-commerce, like learn sales pitching, be able to speak confidently about things, so on and so forth. I've now had to step up to the plate because Thanatos has basically been told to shut a gob thanks to that absolutely awful bitch of a friggin' roommate, so I'm now having to gap for her, and even she's probably glinting with her eyes happily at the fact that I'm saying shit like this, and is giving her food for thought. So she's having to think, like, well, what's the plan? How do I go about this? And right now, the thing that she needs to do, outside of being there for the streaming side of things that everyone knows and loves about her, she also needs to be able to promote other things, like she needs to get a merch store back up and running, so that's something that she needs to promote a bit more. Maybe she needs to promote her commissions that she does for art a little bit more, and she needs to do it harder. By the way, did you know she has Ko-Fi so that you'd be able to actually commission her for art? That's a wonderful idea to do. She'll do wonderful PNG tubers, and she also does wonderful characters in and of themselves. Have you seen the character behind her and her character as well? It's wonderful stuff. Yeah, Thanatos is a woman, as I found out. But she has a lot of there. It is wonderful stuff, and it is great to see that wonderful stuff. In fact, for God's sake, she's been working on hard, diligently throughout these last couple days for me, making some art for things like the Netrunners, my community that I am helping to build up and working together with her on. We've been able to make a whole bunch of different art for the different emblems of these characters that we're going to have. Hopefully we're going to have some story stuff. It's going to be wonderful. It's going to be absolutely great. We have some wonderful people assisting us in trying to make storylines for each of them. There's going to be stuff going on. There's going to be so much doing this, that, and the other. That is what we're planning on doing. Hell, even the ebook that Thanatos has been working on, along with her card game, Mir Monstro. It's such a wonderful thing that she's doing. She's got so many good ideas. Eventually it'll get to a point where, as she's doing more and more of it, there will be more and more things that need to come about from it. And with the help of Yakman, they're both gonna succeed. I think they're going to absolutely rock the world with this card game. In fact, I'd be one of these people where if it actually does become something, I would love to be able to actually play it and be a playtester for her on that front. So I want to make some amazing game, play through that, have some fun, and be able to do a lot more. There is always going to be some plans, great plans ahead for everyone. Everyone's gonna do something, they're gonna want to do something. They just need a push to go in that direction. Otherwise, nothing gets done. And especially when you've got naysayers, oh, that shit's hot. That shit is awful. And I say that as one who is a serial naysayer to himself. Like, the past couple of times when I've gone to the gym, I was struggling with the fact that I did not think I would ever be as good as I should be. And my brother did not like the fact that I kept saying it, so on and so forth, and was like, dude, you either fix that problem or I swear to God, something else is gonna break. So it was something along the lines of, right, okay, I need to just crack on, nail it down, and either start enjoying the gym or start doing something else that I enjoy that isn't so bad. And be left behind by everyone else. I ended up deciding to just focus on loving the gym as much as I can and just carry on doing as best I can. I still struggle with the weighted squat and the overhead press. That is something that is my kryptonite right now. I'm not as easily fussed on it as quite a few other people would be. But for whatever reason, I really love deadlifting. So that's something that I'm looking forward to. I already feel in my arms that they are fuller, they're better, they're stronger. I feel like I can actually do a little bit more than what I let on, even if I'm sat on my ass doing sweet fanny all, other than gabbing to you guys. Like, I could do a lot, and I know I could do a lot. I'm just terrible with motivating myself to do so. And yet, that's why I tend to motivate other people instead, so that they will be driven to do something similar, or something better as well, that maybe I'm not able to think of initially. But I'm there sort of backing their corner because I know they can do it. And that in and of itself, in some ways, will then help me back my corner that, yeah, I could do things. I could do it too, and everyone will feel better for it when I work together on it. Like, it's going to take time, it's going to take effort. I just need to enjoy the work of it. And Jesus Christ, that looks amazing. Yakman's done very well on that card. So yeah, there's plenty of things that need doing, there's plenty of things that still need to get going. I still need to launch this friggin' merch shop that I'm planning with the help of the Netrunners, because I want to be able to actually make a fair bit of money for everyone in some form or another. Like, that's my plan. Be able to make it so that we can all be financially stable, and then be able to enjoy more and more times. And then when we get to the point where it's like, we're big, we've got the money, we've got this, that, and the other, that we could be sustained upon that. That, I think, will matter a lot more to those who thought they never could get to that point. So that's something that's worthwhile to keep going, keep doing, keep enjoying what I am doing in order to make sure that this happens. I just gotta keep going and help everyone else. And that is the thing, like, just as Sir Winston Churchill kept saying to all of the Brits during that period of World War II, never give up. Never, never, never. Because if you end up giving up, that's it. You've lost. And as much as, obviously, the old doddery bint is going to prevent Thanatos from being able to do half the things she would like to do, for whatever reason, which baffles me, for all it is worth, we're just there like, we'll keep going because we gotta keep going. Like, you've just gotta keep knuckling down. If she starts finding out that she's suddenly got a better money stream than whatever she could have, it'll be wonderful. Do I eat cake with fork or spoon? It depends. How big's the cake? Because otherwise I tend to eat it with my hands. I'll pick the slices. If it's actually the size of my head, then we'll take cutlery to it. Usually it'll be a spoon, mainly because of the fact that I tend to also have ice cream with it, which is always delicious. Love that stuff. But yeah. Fight on as hard as you can. Keep fighting for what you believe in and what you love doing. And even if people, like, basically defend your honor whatever the cost may be, is basically the answer. And just say to people, I shall never surrender, with that sort of thing. Oh yeah, that's big enough to just grab with your hands and just go nom. That's big enough. Oh, there's a little giggle. We got her. I knew she'd break her silence after a little bit. I'm glad I cheered her up, though.
Thanks. Yeah, because that's because
But yeah, like,
sorry. That's because
sorry.
the bitch's sorry. Because the bitch's friend is leaving.
Oh, good. Now you can actually enjoy yourself, have a laugh.
Yeah, hopefully.
Without having to be, without having to have the friggin' jammy rag chewed up of you. But yeah, to be honest, the problems that happened with that kind of thing, like, that shit drives me mental. Because, like, I'd rather be able to enjoy myself and keep doing the things that I like doing than deal with anyone else's bullshit on that front. And if she doesn't like it, well, tough shit. I'm gonna keep doing what I do. And she can either follow along with me and reap the benefits along with me, or resist and watch as I become better with Thanatos, regardless of the fact that they're like, oh no, she'll never get better, she'll never do anything better with her life, and so on and so forth. It's like, nah, she will, and she's gonna leave you behind, and if you think you can even dip your hand, like, if you think you can dip your hand in her pockets, kind of thing, for that money, not only is that going to have a couple of mouse traps to snap at your hands, if they don't rip your hands off, then it's probably going to be me that will do it. And I will not be gentle. Like, I will personally make sure not to be gentle for that very reason. Just as I've not been gentle throughout the tirade of vocal assault that I had given her. Because she quite frankly deserves the vitriol. Every last little bit of it. Now she'll probably say she's old, she's haggard, she can't do whatever kind of thing, like, as well as us. Doesn't matter. You mess with a friend of mine, you get absolutely tated out there. That's how that works. Especially if it's a person I actually love and care about a lot. So I better make sure I don't catch that happening, otherwise you're gonna get absolutely destroyed. And I messed up on that. That was meant to be run the net mugs, but oh well. Oh shit! That's not what I wanted to do! Ah! That shit. Oh, great. Oh, that's just annoying. Yeah, hugging my big toe. Yeah, pretty much. Well, her excuse is that she probably had an actual husband who was able to take care of all of her problems, so she never had to work in her life afterwards. Like the doddery old dears that they are. That's probably her excuse as to why she is not needed to work or whatever. So it's sort of along the lines of, right, okay, so you've not needed to work at all throughout your friggin', throughout the little bit of life that you had. And because of that, it's like, right, okay, well, whatever. It's like, try and find a job nowadays. I don't have to, I'm 80 odd years of age, I don't have to find a job anymore. It's like, well, bills gotta get paid, don't they? And nowadays, you may as well treat it as if the friggin' pension system has been wiped out of existence. So you're gonna need to do the damn job anyway. Eventually. Because it wouldn't surprise me if Trump actually decides, you know what, just to really upset some people and upset the apple cart, we're gonna get rid of the pension scheme. Because that's something that the right wing of Britain are looking at doing. Getting rid of the pension scheme while also making sure inheritance tax is also eradicated, because, mate, that's straight up theft, what they're doing with that shit. Like, we don't want none of that. Don't want none of that. So yes, I will do my best to sort of crack on and do work while I can to help everyone that is from the Netrunners when we eventually start releasing merch, because that's something that I want to start doing. I'm currently using it as like a practice placeholder, so I can kind of learn the little bits that I need in order to basically go, right, okay, I have everything now. I know what I'm doing, now I can actually work on making stuff for myself so I can just do directly my own merch. So that I'm not just relying on the help of everyone else, although it is much appreciated if you do decide to buy any of my stuff. Or any of the stuff that me and Thanatos worked on as a team. It is much appreciated. But it allows me to basically do more work and do other things while trying to keep the bills down for my family. Because the need for bills is getting kind of crazy. If it wasn't for the fact that it is concernably illegal to basically tell the governor, I'm sorry, I'm not paying my bills until things get sorted, knowing the fact that they'll then be like, well, if you're not going to pay your bills, then you don't need the utilities to survive on. It's like, no. No, that's not how that's gonna work. It's like, you're terrible at governing me, so I'd rather just be my own person and be able to do my own thing that I believe is the right thing to do. And if you're unhappy with that, then you are free to do as you please, like go forth and multiply. Because I sure as hell am planning to do exactly that, go forth and multiply on that front. And I like the idea of that. That sounds like a great idea. So that's what I'm going to do in an attempt to try and get myself to be better. Hello, answer. Need the restroom. Sure. The answer is I will provide it later on as soon as you come back, and also give you a link to the server. Right, there we go. Alright, there we go. There we go. Oh, welcome back, Sandy. So, the Netrunners is a collective group that, me, Thanatos, and a couple others ended up actually, creating. It was our idea due to the fact that, due to the fact that me and Thanatos were treated wrongly in a particular Discord group of some 2,000 plus people. So we then said, well, fuck it, let's make our own Discord group under a similar sort of ideal, but done what we believe is proper, like actually correct and so on and so forth. So there's a link to the Discord in case you wish to join. We would highly encourage you to do so. If you do stream, you can also self-promote there. It is a wonderful little area for all of us to be together in. We also do game nights. We have all sorts of ideas and so on and so forth that we're trying to work on. In fact, tonight there will be a game night. However, for me, it will be at around 2 in the morning, which means I cannot participate. But it is more designed for those who have an American timetable for 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I know that will be 9 p.m. for everyone else because of daylight savings being a bitch. But it was done with the aspect of it doesn't follow daylight savings, and therefore, because it doesn't observe daylight savings, you will need to add an hour each and every time to the time. But yeah, that's the wonderful server. We are trying to build up this community slowly but surely. We're now opening the floodgates to allow anyone to join, so it's a matter of just come join us. We build shit at this point. We're slowly getting to that stage. We do have a Twitter group as well, a Twitter community. Although it's not as active, really, because, well, I am terrible with my posting of constant things. There should have been a post towards what's going on in the game night, for for America, and so on and so forth, but we haven't quite got to that yet. So that's something that we need to do. And then I've got to get my hands on some other additional bits and pieces as well, which is going to be fun. And yeah, the community just keeps growing, and I'm really happy with the way that the community's been growing. And I look forward to when more and more things get added to the community. We're mainly a bunch of content creators who are all trying to help each other grow as well, so that does help a whole lot. For those who are sort of looking for a place to be able to grow and develop and stuff like that, we are providing that as best we can. So it is worth joining just for that alone. I'm sure there will be other things as well that we will do sooner rather than later. But yes, so we have that. There was a concern about, as you mentioned, the TCG being a thing. There is also a concern about the fact that some people have actually used the term net running because it's a common sort of sounding thing. As someone who doesn't really self-promote much, what's the point? Right, so you want people to watch you in order for you to be able to make content with the fact that you're trying not to sound like a dick, so I'm doing my best not to, either, when I say this. But you want to be able to earn something from this, surely. You wish to be able to have some sort of living that isn't just, I'm stuck doing a 9 to 5. Like, some people might prefer a 9 to 5. That's fine. I would encourage with the 9 to 5 that you also look at doing something additional on top of that, so that you are keeping yourself busy and are working on something else to self-improve. In this case, it could be something as going to the gym after work or something like that, or doing some sort of build up so that you become as strong as an ox, because if you can't get rich, then being strong is what matters. In terms of the overall thing with that, if you aren't self-promoting, people don't know that you are streaming. They aren't gonna know who you are, and by happenstance, if there is a group of people who show up sort of thing, and they're like, oh, I just happened to find you by perusing this whatever kind of thing, I didn't know you streamed, or so on and so forth. Quite a lot of people wouldn't know that you were a streamer. People wouldn't know. So that's why self-promotion matters. You are promoting yourself in order to basically get yourself an audience in some form or another. It's why the raid has become so important and synonymous in this very format, because it now teaches you that you need to sell yourself as if you are the product. That is something you need to do. So learn sales pitching. That is a wonderful thing to do. If you are not able to do that, you probably are in the wrong profession in streaming. As awful as that will sound, and that is going to sound awful, especially as someone who doesn't stream all that much myself. I should stream more. I don't get a chance to, because I don't know what I want to fucking stream. But that is going to be something where I need to sit down and think, what do I want to stream? Well, I've still got a load of Pokemon stuff to get through. I've still got that Through the Age of History with Pokemon that I need to work on, that I can easily do like 5 hours a stream for that, knowing the fact that it would primarily be just doing this, that, and the other. Yeah. Years ago it used to be a thing like that in the old school internet. Times have changed. The raid used to be something that was horrible. It was meant to be designed for sending people hate. That was what the raid was. Twitch then eventually dubbed it as something that should be better. Find a community you like and let in. That's fine. That is something that matters, but you are also going to find bad apples in that community. So you should be willing to also accept the bad with the good, and also be able to do your best to promote and sell yourself for other things. Like, I'm not saying completely prostitute yourself, that's not what I'm saying. But to all intents and purposes, it's gonna feel like that. Because you need to make sure people know this is who you are, this is the kind of thing that you stream, and so on and so forth. Have you ever listened to the amount of times that Thanatos has been raided? And she lists off a whole bunch of things that she has been doing, what she does do, albeit she stumbles with the words. But once she gets to the point where she's able to cleanly get the rhetoric down, and be able to give you a whole list of things, while also then being able to say, yo, if you've got a raid and run, take care for now, do whatever you need, kind of thing. Like, if what you need to do is to keep healthy and so on and so forth, that is something better. Right, yeah, like, some people will probably be like that, and there will be other people who will be along the lines of, well, I need the support, so maybe a drop of the link and hope to God something works might work for people. Right, there's been quite a number of people I've ended up meeting that I otherwise wouldn't have, because they've done that. And especially if it's games that I actually care about. Like, I'll actually show up and deal with that sort of thing. Otherwise, I'm basically a person who, if I'm made to raid somebody and it's a raid and run sort of situation, I'm gonna make a run for it, like, afterwards. Especially if it's something that's not interesting to me, like, I can't stand Fortnite, I can't stand the game, regardless of whether or not there's anyone there. Yeah, and I get that, and that's something that can be tricky to do. That is something that is a problem. But, like, as I say, how are you meant to develop your skill in that and be able to sell yourself for the way that you believe that things are needed if you don't actually train in it? Like, this is the main thing that happened to me. Like, I'm terrible at selling myself because I've no idea what I would talk about. I have so much that I could talk about. I've not broke it down into a complete, precise list that is concise, and I don't have the perspicacity to keep it going. Now, I'm sure that there will be points where people will want to raid, they'll want to do this, that, and the other. They might do shoutouts. Ages ago, there used to be the hosting thing, where even if you weren't streaming, you could have someone appear on your channel and be like, wow, this person's offline, here is somebody else that you can enjoy. And that used to be a thing that Twitch did. I don't understand why they stopped it, for whatever reason. It's ridiculous. To you, Thanatos, I'm free of charge. Been trying to list off what I do and when I get raided, but it's not a short list. I get that. A lot of the time, it may be better to go for some of the precise points that matter a lot more. Like, for example, I'm a voiceover artist. I do a lot of voiceovers for the Command & Conquer community. There are also a lot of other things that I could do voiceovers for. I'm going to be in an abridged series of an anime with the help of Louis IPA. I'm going to be doing stuff with him. I'm gonna be doing other dubbing stuff with Killing You. I'm gonna be doing so much other stuff going on. Hell, even Thanatos is, I think, looking at the idea of, with her main ebook that she's building and has been doing, if she decides, yo, I want people to voice it eventually so that it becomes like an audiobook, that's something I'm going to be doing. Yeah, there you are. You have a list of things like, oh, you make music, you do painting. Like, that's already amazing things, kind of thing. Trading cards. It's like, okay, what trading card games? For me, I play Yu-Gi-Oh! I used to play Magic the Gathering. I prefer Yu-Gi-Oh! Because of the fact that the complexity of Yu-Gi-Oh!, especially with its new rule set and why Yu-Gi-Oh! Players don't read, has become something a bit of a joke to me. The CRT gaming, that's a fun thing as well. I haven't gamed on a CRT for God knows how long. I've got one downstairs, but it's 50 Hz, it's not 60 Hz. So I'm not able to do half the things I would like to do. But I sure as hell would love to play a light gun game again. And the only way I can do that now is with my Sinden light gun. And that thing is twitchy as a friggin' butterfly's wing when it comes to anything going on whenever I plug it into my Batasera machine that I've got. Because I have a glorified mini PC that acts as a console. I have that, that's doing whatever the heck that's doing. And it allows me to just play games, just for the fun of it. It is a glorified console, designed with the aspect of being a glorified console. It's so helpful, it's so wonderful. I love using systems like that, and I want to get another mini PC one day, or even hell, a whole host of the damn things. I want to be able to get something like that to make that work, eventually. There's going to be a lot more stuff. Yeah, I use Batasera. The computer that it's on is actually strong enough that I'm able to emulate Xbox 360. So it makes me content with whatever it's got. Alright, the frame rate is a little rough by the trees because the trees are noisy, but it's playable. It's something that I can actually sit down and enjoy. So, and even then, I was thinking of getting a NUC anyway for that kind of stuff. When I was helping a friend of mine out with the fact that he was using a Raspberry Pi with Batasera in order to build what is basically an arcade. Because he actually built like an arcade table on a picnic table and used that in order to run a few other games. It was perfect for things like Mortal Kombat, it was great for Tekken, for what it could do. But he wanted it to do a hell of a lot more. Oh well, she wanted it to do a lot more. My bad. Sorry for misgendering. But that was something that she wanted to do. That was great. Have to hook up with the VGA to composite. Yeah, that's pretty rough. Z segments. Yep, with the camcorder. Ah, that's cool. So you're doing like the old school days before the Easy Cap became the major whoop-de-doo capture card at the time. Which, for quite a lot of people, that used to be how to play games ages ago. Like, even look at fucking Darkside Phil, of all people. As much as he's shit at games, that was how he got his start in, like, doing Let's Plays. It would take him a day and an age to finally get through his Let's Plays. And most of the time, people always put him out of his goddamn misery with stuff, even though his misery was humorous. But that was something that people watched. Like, he was something that people looked at and went, okay, there was something good there that is worthwhile. Nowadays, he's shit. Like, nowadays, everyone knows he's awful, no one plays like that. And anyone that says that they are even remotely half a gamer are always going to be better than DSP at this point. Like, even if they are a shit gamer, they are probably better than DSP, unless they are a video game reviewer like Dean Takahashi. casually throwing shade to the IGN game reviewers because they are fucking shit at their job. But yeah, so it's sort of along the lines of there are people like that, and then even with things like game reviews, people still do game reviews. Like, that's something that is really, really cool. And that's something that other people enjoy as well. Like, people want to see stuff like that. Like, you will get a retro side of it that will want that, or they'll want from like the days of when you use an easy cap or something like that. As long as you're actually good at using the easy cap, you'll know what you're doing with it. But that can net you a lot of people, especially in the retro community, because you're doing something that is unique and different, and is something really, really cool. Whereas, like, other people nowadays are probably along the lines of, well, why are you doing that? That seems pointless when we now have capture devices for that kind of thing, or OBS. And it's like, well, yes, but you missed the point. It's the charm of it. It's something people grew up with those days. Like, how many people do you know that have light guns that are able to play with a CRT perfectly fine with their light gun and not have a problem with it because the CRT already came with IR sensors built in with no problem? It'll do what it needs to do perfectly. So you could play Time Crisis, you could play Point Blank, you could play, I don't know, a whole bunch of different games. Like, it was great. Like, it's not a pointless thing. People still enjoy seeing that sort of content. And yeah, it is the rose-tinted nostalgia of back when games used to be good, or if they were shit, we put up with games being shit way more than we do nowadays. Because back then, delayed gratification of a game mattered more. The success, the grind, all of that effort you put in was worth it. That was how it was. Like, if you've played things like Omicron, the Nomad Soul, that is such a shit game, but once you get through it, it's not that bad. Like, that's when you sort of feel the gratification that it took that long to get to. A lot of people who are not a fan of RPGs also are like, oh, thank fuck, it's over, kind of thing. And that's gratification in and of itself, even if they dislike every minute of it. It's that I've still got to get through it because I made the commitment to play it. That's why so many people are like, well, why do you play a game that you fucking hate? I started it. I've got to finish it. That's how it works. And that drives people insane, because then it's like, well, are you there to enjoy the game that you are playing, or do you enjoy the idea that everyone can see that you are raging over the game and it's not doing you any favors, kind of thing? Like, it's actually having a net negative response to it. And I'm just there like, I hate the game, but I'll keep doing it because of the fact that it's making me money, or it's making viewership, or whatever. As much as I dislike doing it, I don't like actually farming viewers that way. That makes no sense to me. But I know people who do. Like, DSP at this point, I'm pretty sure is farming the fact that either people are hate viewing him, or the fact that people are actually genuinely happy with his content, so they watch him for the fun of it. I don't get it in any way, shape, or form. I really, really don't get it. But people enjoy either watching other people suffer, because that's something that they find fun, or they prefer to just enjoy the content of whatever the hell else is being made. So they're like, well, okay, as long as it's not me, I don't care, because woe is me to the rest of the world, it doesn't matter. It's like, some people are like that. I'm not some people. Like, that's just me. I want to enjoy a game, and if I play a game and I don't enjoy it, then what's the point in me playing it? Like, I've still got Like, fuck me, I've still got the friggin' Sonic Heroes to get through, because I started it, I beat Team Sonic when I was still friends with someone. I've still got Team Dark and I've still got Team Rose because I said to him as a promise, I would go through the rest of that game if the Game Grumps went through the rest of the game. Well, those bastards went through the rest of the fucking game, didn't they? Because Aaron seems to really love hating himself. So, that became a thing. That was wonderful. So I now have to deal with the fact that, yo, this guy hates himself and has made this into a thing. And now I've got to basically play through the game because I hate myself as well. Like, I love the characters. I love the characters in a Sega game. That's not the problem. The problem is, it's a shit game. Unfortunately, it was my first voyage into Sega games as well, so it was awful. But there's quite a few games where I'm like, I don't think I'm going to be able to enjoy this nearly as much as people are saying I'm going to enjoy it. Even if it's like, just whatever kind of thing, like, it's the same with books. Like, if I'm terrible with books. I can't get hooked by books. I struggle with books. So having an audiobook or something like that to keep my attention because somebody else is either reading it to me or whatever, I will actually hook to it. I will be a little bit better with that kind of thing. But if I can't get to actually read something like that, it is a struggle and a half trying to get through something that is supposed to be easy, something menial that's not a problem to read. And I just can't do it. I legit can't do it. Even if it's got like nice pretty pictures or whatever, it's just like, nah man, I can't do it. It's like, it doesn't do now to me, doesn't do now to me. And they'll be like, well, why? Well, what's wrong with it? What's the problem? Like, is it shit? Is it actually shit? And it's like, no, that's not the problem. It's like, the problem is me. I am the problem. I can't do them. Like, that's just how I am. Like, I'm at the point where it's like, yeah, no. Yeah, and there will be games where people will say, oh yeah, the game is actually really good after you get to this one point. If it can't grab you in the first however many minutes, I'm good, thanks. That's not happening. But that's kind of where I'm at. Like, there is so many games where it's like, I don't know, Skyrim, for example. I can't stand Skyrim. I find it boring as hell. I can't enjoy it. But I will sit there and I'll play Morrowind. From the same series of games, same universe of games, but I enjoy Morrowind more than Skyrim. And it isn't because of the voiceovers, although that does have a massive point over it, but also for the fact that Morrowind is just a far better made game, even when they were rushed, versus Skyrim. And I know people will then tell me, well, Oblivion is better than Morrowind, kind of thing, for whatever things, and I'm like, no, Morrowind's better. Just like, the Argonians look horrible. The Khajiit look horrible. So that alone has already tainted my view of Oblivion, if I ended up playing the OG. They don't look as bad in the remaster, but even then it's like, not really. The fact that you can't even sprint in Oblivion, and yet you could in Morrowind, is baffling. That makes no sense to me, in any way, shape, or form. And anyone that tries to tell me, oh, that's for the exploration purposes, it's It's so that you can bask yourself into it, and it's because of the fact that they then gave you horses who allow you to travel the world faster, so you don't need to sprint. Why the fuck did they add sprint back into Skyrim? If that was the case. So yeah, no, I'm not fussed with that. The jaded Morrowind fan that your Tezbren warned you about. Basically, yeah, I am the person that literally will tell you, like, Morrowind is great, and here are all of the reasons why. And then there'll be points where it's like, no. But, like, it's ridiculous to me. Makes no sense. Like, I enjoy Morrowind. I prefer Morrowind over Skyrim. And don't try to tell me that it's better with mods, because any game can be better with mods. But if your base game can't even do the shit that makes me enjoy it, your mods ain't gonna do naught to improve it. Your game is shit. And that is what it will be known as. Like, if you want to impress me with the base game, like, people who tell me, like, they'll play the mods, like, they'll play with the mods, and they'll be like, oh yeah, this game's amazing with mods, it's amazing, you don't need this, that, and the other. No. It's fucking awful. Yeah, it pretty much was Skyrim pilled, in the way that they had done Oblivion. You could see in the Argonians that they look... Well, they looked less like T-Rexes, so that was at least a nice thing, I suppose, but... I don't know, they looked too over-the-top for being dinosaurs, even more so than what Morrowind did, where those guys, quite frankly, would look like absolute Dilophosaurs or whatever. And then they were like, we looked at dragons, they're marsh lizards. Bang, there you go. Let's do it. Whereas, and then the Khajiit are actually lions now. So it's like, okay, they did the Khajiit somewhat justice, I thought. Like, they did them decently. They ain't comparing to my Khajiit from friggin' Morrowind, because they're no lynx cats that kind of look also like friggin' desert leopards, or whatever. Or tigers. But lions, for what they are, they're fine. And then you have, like, the frickin' mountain lions of whatever from fucking Skyrim. And I just miss the sort of, like, smoker's cough sound of the friggin' Dunmer of Morrowind. Like, Jeff Baker just did a wonderful voice for them, and for whatever reason now they all sound like a bunch of cuckolds. And it just does not do me any favors. So they're like, the fuck did you do to my Dunmer? My Dunmer are supposed to be badasses who enslaved the beasts because they were better for that kind of thing, and was great lore building, and then you decided, I'm sorry, no, they're gonna be whatever. Yeah, I know. Argonians are a lot more lizard-like, so they couldn't really blend into the world of humanity, unless they did the very thing that was like fucking... What's his face from Mortal Kombat, like Reptile or something like that, where the dude now is apparently... He's still the Green Ninja. He's still Reptile as you know it as the Green Ninja. But he doesn't look like a reptile no more. He looks like a human that's able to spit poison as he spits his facts. But yeah, That's just how that is. Like that's just Argonians for you. They have always looked like lizards and are also as dumb as rocks for what they are. But it is always funny cosplaying the idea of being the Nerevarine, being an Argonian, and trying to say, oh yeah, the Chosen One is actually one of the dumbest races in all of the world of Tamriel. And has also got just as harsh a frickin' moon sugar craving as the Khajiit do. It's kind of funny in that regard. But I just enjoy the wonders of like the different characters, the different races, and it just felt like you could see the world building. And all right, the original guy who sort of helped make the Elder Scrolls, whatever it is, unfortunately passed away. He died sort of around the same time that Hulk Hogan died, I believe. So that should give you an idea of just how bad that was. But he was sort of like the major, from Arena to Morrowind, he was the one that made the storyline of the Elder Scrolls. And then he left to do whatever else, and then he's done like other things that focused more closely on the idea of Morrowind and its dice combat. Which, for whatever reason, so many people get uppity about, because it's like, turn-based combat, why can't I do this shit because of the fact that I'm in first-person view? I should be able to hit somebody and whatever. Like, if I see you and I beat you, I should be able to see that I've hit you. And like, it's like, bitch, get over yourself. It's called D&D. Do you remember the idea that that game has dice? And the fact that your friggin' stamina also dictates whether or not you can actually beat the shit out of something? Yeah, the Wayward Realms. That was one of the games that they were working on that I remember, because like they were developing that at one point. Don't know if they ended up finally developing it, sort of in Julian's honor or something like that. I think they carried on developing it in his honor. But yeah, like that shit just pisses me off, man. Like, I don't care the fact that turn-based combat is awful or real-time combat is awful. Just deal with it. It's not hurting nobody. If it was hurting anybody, it actually would do some damage. But no, it doesn't. So it bothers me greatly, the fact that there are people who are just... They try and play, like, the older Elder Scrolls games and don't understand why we went from... why we were content with dice roll as the method of combat. And it's like... We were content because that was our lot. That's what we preferred. We had imagination. We could think whether or not we missed. We didn't need to have like this forcible whatever kind of thing. Like the bullshit that came about with it. I don't think it's going to delay it, but it's definitely going to be rough around the edges, because a lot of the stories seem to be backed by his world building. So if something goes wrong with it, it's probably going to be the fact that it was backed on the back of him, and because we've lost such a wonderful guy, that is going to probably pose a problem. Probably. Yeah, so at least as long as they follow his vision to the letter, that there shouldn't be a problem then. Similar to like how the Hauser brothers, during the time of Rockstar, they left documents on what the fuck to do with Grand Theft Auto. And I think ever since like GTA 5 onwards, the Hauser brothers have ran out of options, like they've ran out of things to talk about, so now it's kind of along the lines of, okay, we don't have that, we don't have Laszlo, so now GTA 6 is basically going freeball, whatever the fuck Rockstar and its infinite group of people, with all of their nose pierce, poison dart frog colored people, are basically gonna do. So it's either going to be really, really good or really, really shit. And I'm kind of leaning on the really, really shit because I don't think it's going to have a good vision behind it. And it seems like all the good people that had good visions for games are dying or have left the gaming community altogether. Like, for God's sake, at this point, I'd take fucking Peter Molyneux now at this stage in time. And that guy's a con man. I know he's still developing games. He's his company 22 Cans Limited still exists, but he's primarily shifted over to mobile games rather than anything like that. So it's like, great. I don't really want to deal with that kind of shit. Don't really want to deal with their cobblers and so on and so forth. Oh well, sorry about if that has offended you. Sorry about that. But yeah, that's kind of, that's the point of view I have with things. That's if you lose the person who was the creative influence, and most of these people seem to be whatever that nowadays other people seem to think is a bad thing to have, like, say for example, Doug TenNapel. He is the sole artist, and he is the sole, like, proprietor that gave you Earthworm Jim. Earthworm Jim, I find it balls hard. I can't enjoy it, but I know a lot of people who do. And yet, there will be people who forget the fact that he did Earthworm Jim, but he still will draw pieces of Earthworm Jim art. He's even made comic books of Earthworm Jim. And he'll continue to keep doing so, even though he is a hardcore Christian and capitalist notion of a person at heart. And yet, so many people see that as a really, really bad thing that is destroying games, and so they get rid of you, and then they realize, well, now that we got rid of the person who basically made the game worthwhile and made the soul, made everything about it, what are you meant to do with that? It's the same thing that happened with Killing Floor 2, with one of the developers who came out saying he was a good Christian man, and he got the boot for the fact that he basically said, I think wokeism is destroying gaming. He got the boot from Tripwire Interactive for the fact that he believed something that is honestly true. Like, you now play, you can't tell me now, if you go and play something like Killing Floor 2 or Killing Floor 1, and then you go and play Killing Floor 3, that Killing Floor 3 is better. You seriously can't. The game has lost its soul. It's lost its energy. It's lost what made it that thing. It did exactly what happens when you get rid of key, important people who make those genre of games better. This is exactly the thing that happened in Payday's case. Once you got rid of Ulf Anderson, once you got rid of Bo Anderson, as much as those two hate each other and hate their guts, even though they're brothers, they did things. They made things. Almir Listo has now left Overkill, or well, Starbreeze. He's left them. So now, the last bastion man who would have said something, who could have pushed Payday in the direction that people wanted, it ain't there no more. They ain't a thing. They ain't whatever. And yet when you look at other people who have different games, different genres and stuff like that, like, because of the events of what happened to Payday 3 and Killing Floor 3, I understand why now that Valve, in their infinite wisdom, do not count to free in their games. Because that is literally game dev suicide. Very few games that now have a third sequel where the game literally is like the game free or the game the third or whatever it is. They don't last. They feel like soulless cash grabs. This is why we're not going to see a Portal 3. This is why we're not going to see a Half-Life 3, even though that was the working title that Half-Life Alyx was built on. You're not going to see that. You're not going to see any of that. You're not going to see a Team Fortress 3. You're not going to see any of that. And it's probably why Valve stopped making games and started focusing on hardware and tech shifting. Being able to change the gaming landscape in such a way that now more people will come to it. More people will take a look at it and go, hey, that's pretty good. That sounds amazing. Let's do more of it. But now we're sort of there like, you can't seem to make a game without it being super showy. And if the game's not super showy, in some form or another, or has had the backing of like, whatever, like Plyon or something like that, or the Embracer Group and all of its infinite I'm just going to murder game franchises at this point, we lose a lot of wonderful things. Like, we've lost Free Radical games altogether because the Embracer Group shut them down because they didn't like the direction that Free Radical were going in with wanting to make another Time Splitters, or was not prepared to remaster the original Free Time Splitters games for a modern audience because they knew they were going to have to censor it, because nowadays the modern audience of gaming are a bunch of fucking pansies. They can't handle a joke. They can't handle crude humor anymore. It's the reason why when you look at games like Destroy All Humans, well, they finally left alone Destroy All Humans Reprobe, which was Destroy All Humans 2, Make War, Not Love. They left that alone with all of the dialogue because, noted by so many people like myself, Destroy All Humans Remake, which is Destroy All Humans 1, One Giant Step on Mankind, they literally changed up some of the dialogue in certain places to stop it from being so politically incorrect. Even though it's a game set in the goddamn 50s of America. It's supposed to be politically incorrect, because during that time, that was politically correct. It may not be now, but it was then. And this is something that modern game developers don't remember or don't recall anymore. Which is why nostalgia bait becomes so surreal, because it's then a matter of, well, how do we get people to buy our game knowing the fact that if we change anything, we'll ruin it, and if we don't change anything, we look bad to our investors because of the fact that we basically said, no, we're keeping it as pure as the gamer wants it. It's sad, it's miserable, it's ridiculous, and it's kind of why video gaming at this point, especially games development, AAA, Quad A, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is not worth it anymore. It's not worth buying the slot of the games, not unless there is actual good reputable sources to state otherwise. most games now, if they are made by indie developers, are going to be a hell of a lot better because there is soul to them. Like, take a look at Eric Barone's game, Concerned Ape. Take a look at Stardew Valley. That game's brimming with soul. It's even got a wonderfully prosperous modding community, just like Skyrim did. He didn't clamp down on the community on it, unlike Bethesda, where they did actually try to censor people from being able to mod their games. He let them do as they please, and basically said, as long as you are having fun with my game, and wish to add and expand the fun even more for yourself, have at it. Go do it. He's probably going to do the same with his next upcoming game that he's developing, which is why he's not updating Stardew Valley anymore. Unless there's a bug fix that needs doing. And that game being The Haunted Chocolatier, which is going to focus more on an RPG element, more so than what his current game, Stardew Valley, does. Now that game does have RPG elements, but it's not nearly as deep. It's not focused on the combat, per se. It's focused on, you run a farm, you build up that farm, you accrue a shit ton, you start filling that farm out even more than what you currently have. And you keep doing this until you are basically fed up with the game and start again as an infinite game core loop. Like, all these days, I want to be sold something that is more appealing to me, that isn't realistic. I want to escape reality. I don't want to continue to live it. That's why I play games. It's escapism. Pure and simple. Most people don't want to play games to basically simulate the real world. Those that do that actually play those sorts of things are either a certain kind of messed up like I am, or they are basically bored and don't know what to do with themselves, and so anything will do. But yeah, a proper farming RPG. Give me stats, perks related to farming. Yeah, that's great. One of the things that I want to look at doing, and this is something that I need to speak with my friend Hanako about, and I need to really start getting into some development levels of it, and actually map out the story, and one of the things I would actually really love to do, I want to make sort of some pixel arty stuff, not quite like how my character is right now that you see Thanatos has made for me, and Thanatos herself, but with the aspect of, like, you know, back during, I think it was like PC Engine or something like that, or DOS games where, say for example, the Apple II, I think it was, the Apple II, there was a Prince of Persia game. It was a 2D side-scrolling game, right? But when it had cutscenes, you saw like the pixel art visuals of it. It looked really, really nice. Yeah, I did see, like, it's like that's how you feel about Bethesda. Not even the same studio that made Skyrim, so it's a different group altogether. Yeah, like PNG tuber as well for Sandy as well. That's wonderful. But yeah, anything that's released afterwards and convince me the studio that led by anyone that fucking cared or was competent. Yeah, there just isn't any people that are competent in their work anymore. It is kind of soul crushing. It's kind of a shame. Because, like, how many games does it take before someone finally just says they are not a fan of what they see overall? nowadays, due to the rise of things like TikTok, the rise of other things as well, for like my generation, the Zoomers, because yes, I was born in that gen, and especially Gen Alpha. Have you ever seen the video that, the short, I believe, that Pirate Software 4 had released? It was a good while ago that he released it. That short was crazy because that one had...
Whole bottle.
That short... that short was about something like how the new generation of gamers don't know what a controller is, and they don't know what a keyboard and mouse is. Because you had, like, one monitor that had, like, a keyboard and mouse, and then another monitor that had a controller. And he noted that 50% of people were playing with the controller, and not a single one was touching the keyboard. So he was like, right, okay, I'll just bring another controller. So, keyboard and mouse got scrapped. He brought out the second controller, and he literally, no joke, 50% of the people that were there, and it was mostly kids around my age, maybe younger, 50% of them pushed away the controller and touched the screen. Like, reached out and touched the screen, thinking the monitor was a touch screen. Because gaming now is all touchscreen based. If your game isn't touchscreen, no one wants to know from people my age and under. And I'm 24, coming up to 25. Like, people younger than me, and they don't understand what a controller is, or a keyboard and mouse? No wonder the entire gaming industry has gone to mobile, and have then proceeded to profit hard on kids literally taking the bank of mum and dad and rinsing them. Because mum and dad weren't keeping their whole pockets secure enough to prevent little Timmy or little Jenny taking their card and buying hundreds of thousands of whatever for whatever reason. And then modern parents now wonder why on earth they're poor, or why their kid now has issues doing anything and everything, and then requires you to barter with your kid in order for them to realize the discipline levels of whatever. Like, I've no joke, I've heard kids literally say, dead in the eye to their mum and dad, "What will you give me if I do what you say?" Parents now have to barter with their kids of like, "Oh, I'll get you the new Pokemon game for your Switch." Or, "Oh, I'll get you that game you really wanted on Steam," whatever the fuck it was. That's like some $90 or something like that. And the kid will probably want like a specific version of that, so they're probably going to fleece you even more than the $90 they were already fleecing you with. And it's like, back in my day, if you did something like that, you got smacked till you were raw. Like, if you had the cheek to say that to your mum and dad, you got smacked. Like, that's how that was. You did not do that. Not unless you valued your life. And most parents now, because obviously smacking your child around is not a healthy thing to do anymore, even though in some cases I believe it is good and it also builds character. There is something to be said about that. And yet, for whatever reason, that is now not a thing. People don't do it. And it's honestly made it to the point where it's like, kids are entitled, they're also insanely spoiled, and are coddled. Because the parents don't want to be bad to their people, even though they've got to be firm in order to understand what goes on in the real world. Kids aren't prepared for half the shit that they'll get in the real world, and then by the time they get to the point where it's like, they've gone through the education system, they've now gone to go find work. If they don't get the job that they want, like I did, like I didn't want the job I got, and even the job that I'm looking at getting now from my auntie, helping me out, I don't know how long I will last in that front. Things are just going to get worse. Things are just going to get worse. And I don't know what I want to do. I don't have an idea of how I want to go about doing whatever. So things are going to get interesting. Oh dear God, that looks rough. If only you had a bottle of kvass instead of beer, that probably would have been better. What? Oh, it's a golden lager. Okay. I was wondering what kind of beer it was. It's lager. But yeah, it's like, it's what normies play. It's where the money is. That's pretty much where it is. And unfortunately, that's quite honestly sickening, the fact that the money is there now. And most people are just settling with that. They're just like, yeah, that works. I get paid a fuck ton. Doesn't matter to me now. I'm able to do what I please. Like, well, do you? Do you truly get the benefit of what you wanted to do doing that? Or would you prefer to do something else with what you've got instead? Because I'm pretty sure there will be a level where you'll want to do stuff. Like, yeah, it's just grim. Oh, yeah. Ooh, dear. That stuff's pretty grim. That's pretty grim. It's written all over your face. Kind of the same problem I have when it comes to beer in general, Thanatos, in that regard. Kind of stuff, I've got to actually be drunk enough to drink stuff if I actually want to drink it. If I'm not drunk enough, I'm not going to enjoy it. But that's just how I am. I know other people will probably be able to drink it and not have a problem. But yeah, that's just grim. Yeah, gaming's just been shit, man. Like, there's just not been any good games recently in the past however many years at this point. So people are going for nostalgia bait. If I make this game and make it so that it's available for everyone to play, everyone will flock to it. It'll be amazing. People will want to go and play it again. Or so on and so forth. Like, that's what people for. And unfortunately, that's not how that works. That is not at all how that works anymore, and it's kind of a shame, really. But, oh well. Up another bloody again. What brought us much? That's sick. Yeah, PS2, best library. Most games during that time, like, the 2000s, like, the early noughts were just amazing, and then even all the way up to, like, 2015, I think's probably when gaming just started. And that's when I think gaming peaked. Around sort of by the end of 7th gen, I think it is. Or even 8th gen. It might be 8th gen. Yeah, there's visual novels, and I know that there are dungeon crawling RPGs. In fact, the PS2 actually has one of my favorite dungeon crawlers, that's also partly a roguelike. And that game is Dark Cloud. Fucking amazing game. It was released pretty early on in the PS2's life as well, so if you haven't, I would give that a go, Sandy, because that game's actually really, really good. Dark Cloud 2, I believe, also improved upon the game even further, and also added in some places some voiceovers that actually aren't just sounds of like grunts and stuff. But I prefer the first game because of the fact that I just have nostalgia for the first game and the soundtrack of it. Ah, first-person grid-based ones. Right, okay. I'm sure there were actually like some others, like Wizardry's sort of like the biggest one that people know. King's Field is also another one. Shin Megami Tensei's Nocturne is also apparently a well-known other one. Drakengard, that one's also another one. Obviously, you mentioned Wizardry. But like, there's a whole bunch of other like wonderful ones. Yeah, like Dark Cloud's actually quite cute. I like the world. I like the universe of it. I suppose the only other dungeon crawler game that I can think of that fits in that format, it's not first person, it's isometric, but Azure Dreams on the PS1 and the Game Boy Color. That one is really, really good. You might be up for debate on that one because quite a few other people would probably list Nocturne and Kingsfield as full-fledged DRPGs. They might actually list those as actual ones. In that same vein as Wizardry. Especially Shin Megami Tensei. Like, those guys, they will fight you for that one. Yeah, like a lot of Shin Megami Tensei was based on that. Even Pandemonium of all games. Yeah, that game on the PS1 was also indeed a Shin Megami Tensei game. But yeah, like there's some like weird, wacky, wonderful shit that you could probably enjoy. I personally enjoy the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 era of games. I primarily play racing or even strategy games. Like that's kind of my stuff. That's what I get kicks out of. Whereas like I know quite a few other people are like, I don't enjoy those games. Like, yeah, but if you also think about it, it's quite good for what it does. So it's worth playing, worth giving them a go. Like, especially if you're into racing games like I am. Like I really enjoyed like Need for Speed Most Wanted, 2005, and I also really enjoyed Gran Turismo as well. Gran Turismo is actually one of the better games to play for like just circuit racing that I've had the privilege of playing. One of the better ones. I know that there are also like the Formula 1 games, there is MotoGP as well, those tend to be quite good. Yeah, I can see that, and then you've also got the fact that you've got roguelike people who will also then argue the same questions, which, what is truly a roguelike game? What is truly roguelite? And stuff like that. What is so on and so forth kind of thing within those community of games, and they have their own twists in that format. So that is something to look into. That is something that actually is pretty good to look at, and maybe worthwhile looking into. There were some other games that I was playing at one stage as well that I was really enjoying that were also on the Rogue system. Hell, I even like other things as well. All squares are rectangles, not all rectangles are squares. Yesn't is what I would say to that. Yesn't. I don't think that is the case at all, but there you go. But I can understand why people would argue that as well. But yeah, that's just how that is in terms of overall things. Give me 1 minute.
What word?
Pull the trunk. I'm stuck.
Bro, what you laughing at, man?
Best gang in the city, by the way.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Are you all good?
Yeah. Very pissed off.
Oh god. That roommate's friend still here?
Yep. See, I'm still not allowed to talk. Did you see Sandy's messages?
Yeah, I was just looking at him now. Yeah, that's fair. The Berlin interpretation. Well, for whatever reason, it seems like all the Frankfurters are the reasons why everything is the way that it is. It's like they are the ones who come out with the absolute truths. SDRP genres, yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, the topic of it is definitely one of intrigue, and is definitely something that is worth exploring more, I think, so... Who knows, Sandy, maybe maybe something for a later podcast sort of thing, to debate the idea of games like that. Sorry, I'm not really talking. I'm currently eating right now, so I'm like, ah, boy.
Problem. Probably. I think not fucking is my stream.
It's not your fault. It's that bell end of a roommate. It's their fault more than anything. It's pasta and chicken.
Guess technically I could talk now. Not anymore. There's no excuse for her to say, oh, I can't.
Mm-hmm.
Got some food coming too.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Start craving something. Fuck it, I don't care. I'm gonna treat myself.
Well, she was already there sort of telling you you're able to fend for yourself, so you gotta do that. So it's like, right, okay, well, fend for myself I will. And I'll make sure all portions are for me and no bastard else is eating.
In the kitchen. Oh. She's actually gonna make some chicken.
Oh, of course.
Oh well. Oh. Yeah. That was a crisp can opening sound.
Hmm. It was a can of Fanta.
Fanta.
Yeah, it's the fruit twist.
I call it Fanta, but welcome back, Sandy.
All's good, Sandy.
Yeah, I had to Chipotle as well. I
Yeah, I had a look at the wall that you had sent. I still find it funny that we are using Germany as the place of absolute troops when referencing things like when making references to things like interpretation and whatnot, where it's like it's not truly this if it's not got this criteria.
Just here. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna leave it on the screen so you and Sandy can talk, but yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I did read it. Yeah, right, okay. Yeah, because there's quite a lot of those different things where it's like the Frankfurters clearly are the ones speaking truth to power. I think so. Yeah, I think it's referred to as like the Rogue Basin's description of the interpretation. A specific definition agreed at a specific time and place. Oh, okay, yep, don't edit it. Change the content, yep, that's fine. In 2008, and as a product of the discussion between all who attended. The definition at Rogue Temple was used as the starting point for the discussions. Most factors are newly phrased. New factors have been added. Some have been removed. And yeah, it goes through like a whole bunch of different things. Yeah, it goes through an entire list of different things within the principle. So like random environment generation as the high value, permadeath, turn-based, grid-based, non-modal, complexity, resource management, hack and slash, exploration and discovery, and then some of the low value factors are single player character, monsters that are similar to the player, the tactical challenge, ASCII design, because not everyone actually wants to use the ASCII display, the dungeons itself, and numbers. So there's quite a lot there. Don't have much left to call their own. Yeah, most people now are sort of took over them, or they've just been amalgamated into something else. Perspective and movement style is just about the only thing that remains. It's a very significant distinction that makes for a very different experience. It is a defining aspect of the genre. Yeah, and those sorts of games are very few and far between and quite rare, I believe, these days, so that's going to be a fun thing. Oh dear. Very niche subgenre used to be the entire industry, but the market all but abandoned it. Yeah, in favor of like more real-time action-based combat, or if they did go to turn-based, they didn't want it to be as punishing, where it's like grid-based movement. They wanted it to be a little bit more smoother, I suppose. Or they just doubled down on the let's make things bullshit hard and absolutely kneecap you after you make a failure or something like that. That could be fun. Ooh, hello, what's this?
The chicken gyro.
Ah. Anyway, I think once I take my ball down, or if my brother's coming up to get me, I'm gonna be walking the dog, or the dogs.
Right,
So
I think
I'm probably gonna be pulled away by the end of your stream anyway.
I think I'm just gonna end right now. I'm about ready to cry.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so. Check one. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother reading out. Right. Thank you, everybody. Stopped by, hung out, lurked, watched, followed. Appreciate it. Don't know when I'll be live again. Don't know. Don't care. Look for the stream.
Take care for now.
Yep. Till next time. Goodbye. До свидания. Give a fuck.